Hi there. I am back on CELESTIUS server. I am going to start leveling my Infiltrator, which is my first ALB character here, and I've just realized that I had everything set up, and then Windows giveth and Windows taketh away. It took away some of it. So we're going to put that over there and minimize this again. I am going to run an ad break as soon as I can, so that people do not have to watch the. That's not right. So people don't have to suffer from pre rolls. But I've got to see taken away the names on the icons, which is really friggin' irritating. Okay, I will run a 60-second ad because it doesn't seem to be giving me the option for more. Just let me edit quick actions. Why is it not doing more? Well, oh, ad. I want stream markers and stuff too, but doesn't want to let me do everything here. Oh, I know why. I have switched browsers. That's it. Okay, add that. There. Okay, so running an ad break before anybody shows up. There. And of course, if you're subbed, then it doesn't really matter. You will not see the ads. I did find a very interesting thing. My friend Actual Kevin sent it to me. And that, oh, wow, there's people there already. Hello, people. I did not realize how Twitch Turbo works. I thought you paid money and you didn't see any ads, which is fine if you think it's justifiable and everything and if you can afford it. But apparently it's not that simple. If viewers pay for Twitch Turbo, which is, I don't know, $10 US a month or something like that, they don't see any ads on Twitch. That's fine. Doesn't help a streamer, right? That's not the case. Twitch is going to run ads anyway. Whatever I do about it, they are going to run ads. Either I run ads or they run ads, and I don't want to run ads, so I hate ads. But if you have Twitch Turbo, when you're watching a streamer, any streamer, and ads are being run, you won't see them, but the streamer gets credited as if you had seen them. So they make money, which is kind of cool. I mean, I think I made $1.43 from ads last month, so it's hardly a factor. But I thought it was interesting to hear that. Now, I am in Alb. I have absolutely no idea where I am because I don't really know Albion, but presumably somewhere in the north, near Snowdonia. Okay, we're at Swanton Keep. So we just kill things and go south. Eh. I'll see if I can kill a thing. Let's try this poor... Oh, no, got to set up that on the controller. I have all sorts of things. Keyboard function tab, save, and keyboard function escape, save. I use a left-handed controller. Huh. I'm getting double sound there. I don't know if anybody out there is hearing twice the sound. But I'm hearing it twice here somehow, which I can probably easily switch.
After 2 months of ads, you can buy a cheeseburger.
Exactly. Hello, Big Points. Are you hearing the game audio twice? Like, does it sound echoey? Sound like I'm gaming in the shower? Stop that. Sit for a second. I had audio problems last stream and I thought I'd fixed them all, but this is new. So evidently not.
Hello. I'm not hearing echo on the game sound, but I am on TDS.
Okay. Okay. Let me try. Oh God. I wired a pile of stuff through the Stream Deck directly. I'm going to turn off VB cable A, advanced audio properties. VB cable A, and here we don't get. Okay, I will kill a frog. I don't hear any game audio at all now. That did not work. Advanced properties. Drag it up.
I hear the game.
Yeah, I don't. I kind of want to be able to hear it. So I will go fight a frog in absentia and just watch the meters
Still
here.
have TDS echo.
Yeah. Okay. Advanced audio onto Twitch speaker. We will just turn Twitch speaker off. Sorry, going to disappear here for a second. Okay, type something in chat again if you could. And tell me if you hear it twice.
Test.
Yeah, it's still doing it, isn't it? And no game audio.
Yes.
Okay, so back to here. Game audio. Monitor and output. Oh, did you hear game audio?
I have game audio still.
Okay, then I can change that to monitor only maybe, and we'll see what that does. Okay, I can hear it.
Test.
Do you hear an echo on TTS still? I'll tell you, audio routing in Windows just absolutely blows.
Still echo.
Okay. In a second. Well, actually, I can ignore this. Okay, disappearing again. Audio. Twitch speaker is off. Stream Deck is on. Background music is on. Background music is not on, but it's there. Maybe VB cable A game audio, but when I go back to main, do I have anything? No, I don't. Back to audio. Man, I hate having to fix problems midstream. That's annoying. Audio input capture. Sure, I don't care. I'm going to try that on... No, cancel. Not audio input capture. Remove. Yes, I'm sure I want to remove it. I just added it. Audio Output capture. Hey. No. Cancel. Remove. It should have it here. Game capture. It's not what I'm using for audio. Okay, still see the game. Might have that okay, but I bet you the text-to-speech is still duplicated somehow, and I'm not sure how. Oh, maybe I am. Back to audio again. Sorry.
I hear the game.
Good. Twitch speaker should not be.
Still echo.
Yeah, I know. And the problem is I think I need Twitch speaker. So okay, try talking again. Now I don't hear game audio.
Test.
Still got an echo. So that has to go back to VB cable A, and that's not the problem. Okay, I have game audio. You probably have game audio without an echo. So it's text-to-speech that's the problem. So if I go into Twitch speaker, hey, I leveled twice now.
Yes, I have game.
Okay, settings for Twitch speaker. Something here tells it the output. We'll try VB cable A. Okay, I will train. Type in text, please. If you would be so kind.
Test.
Still got an echo. I do not want to have to level on greens or these things if they're aggro. Oh, they're neutral. Good. What is causing text-to-speech to do it twice? I'll tell you, there are too many moving parts in this, I think. I've got a really complex setup.
And your mic is picking it up?
No, it's not. It all goes through my headphones. The only thing that goes through the mic is my voice. I've got it all wired that way. And I had all this working. Oh, you don't have an image. Sorry. I had all this working. I really did. I tested it all and I thought it was all working. But there is always the final test of having to, you know, see what viewers hear and see. And I like to have it all nailed down, lock it all down, and then I don't have to worry about it, right? Not so much. Okay, we are going to sit for a second here. Do not follow me like you're my friend. You aren't. Sit. And I'm going to find armor. Because, hey, armor will probably help me reduce the amount of damage I'm taking, and I got a bit of it. Crossbow, right. I forgot that you can use a crossbow on an inf. I never did. They sure drop it a lot. And a hat. Hey. Still missing boots, amongst other things. What, that's my friend suddenly? Oh, I see. Right. Duh. Confused there. Twitch speaker is being pulled directly. So maybe what I do is put it to something that doesn't work. Try that. Text, please.
What's up, TFG?
Hello, barbecue.
Text.
No, it's still echoing. It isn't that. Okay, so we go back to putting that on VB cable A, and I'm going to disappear again here while I go into my audio folder here, and we disable that and see if that does it. Okay, try typing again. How you doing today, barbecue? What is up is I know I'm going to end up playing on all three realms, so
Test.
still doing it. At least I'm hearing it double. So I figured I would just get started and call it a day. Oh, sorry, not
yes,
stick.
rationalizing another alt. I've been there. Yes,
no.
Still echo.
Yeah, I know. And I have no idea why. It's going to take some more diagnosis here. I played on all three realms on Phoenix. When I came here, and when I go to Atlas, I intend to play on all three realms. So this character here, despite being, what, level 3 now? Yeah, level 3, was actually the first one I rolled up on this server. So I had always intended to play her. I had an Infiltrator on Phoenix that I didn't intend to play. I thought, well, I've got to play something on Alb, so I'll try Infiltrator because, you know, all the points in the universe. And I actually loved her. I thought she was great. So it's worth considering that this is less of an alt because I'd always intended to play her. Oh, that's what I'm missing too. I don't have a left dagger yet, do I? Which is kind of annoying. Because, well, there we go. Because, you know, why not do more damage if you can?
Not a Steelder player myself. Tried it once and didn't have the patience for it, but I enjoy watching people play them.
It can be very slow. Slow to level, slow to find fights and everything. It's true. But the fascination for me is being able to control when and where you fight. So, to a certain degree, I mean, it doesn't work when you meet another stealther, but the fact that you can go and decide, well, you know, I want to fight here and now, And that's your
Nice to be
advantage
able
because...
to gank in DF without mob aggro too.
Yes, sure. Although I haven't actually done that much of that. However, there is always the future. That's not a good view. Of course, the secret here is going to be to get to... Oh. I am being the stupid.
Did he just go crazy and fall asleep?
Back up the hill, wherever the... Should be off... Lost in Albion. Oh, basically north. Duh. I don't have any buffs on me. That's not bright, is it? That's remarkably thick. Stealthers are a challenge to play. There's where I'm going, isn't it? No, that isn't where I'm going. Is it that far up the hill? Didn't think it was. No, it wasn't. Map. I am west of where I'm... There I'm going.
Just redeemed
Your
sound alert.
buffs are falling.
Now for 100 points.
Now, it announced that. I'm going to have to tell it not to announce those. Did you guys hear that? Not the announcement, but the your buffs are falling thing.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Infiltrator, now with buffs. One green should do it and I'll be level 4. These are probably gray now, right? Yep. There we go. Train. I need... Come on. Where is it?
Grinding on an INF without buffs sounds miserable.
You would think. That did not work. Why did that not work? Because I don't want that one open. Close. Yes. I want this one open. Should give me... Okay, positional front. I want to get to 6 on dual wield. Okay, so we just want to keep cranking that up. And we'll put a point in Venom, even though I'm not using Venom yet. Yeah, Infiltrator is going to be slow. I'm sure, dead slow. We'll see how it goes with the CELESTIUS setup of all the mobs lined up for you and everything, but greens, no. Are there blues somewhere or better that I can fight? Should be, just go south, right? All the stealthers are annoying to level, but I think the Infiltrator has got to be one of the easier ones to do. Because what are we fighting here? Clouds? We are fighting clouds. Or something. See how we do. Sure, I'll join your group. Who are you?
Might be easier to skip stealth while leveling. The mobs
Yep.
are packed, so you'll probably have to pull most of the time.
Yeah. Didn't work. Sure. What is dreadful? A reaver. Another class that I'll probably end up trying. I kept saying I was going to do it on Phoenix. I never did. I will attack while I get my endurance back. So, audio problems aside.
Noticing quite a bit of lag on the stream.
Okay. See what's happening there. Oh, I should be making up an assist, shouldn't I?
Choppy here and there. I have a necro up to 5 for when we group for Al. We could use a reaver for that group.
Okay, good to know. Yeah, this is actually going pretty quick with just the two of us. I had a thing I was going to say. I did. Right in the tip of my brain and gone. What is that there? Dual wield, you evade. Okay, sure. Set that as 6. Go over to the controller. And keyboard function 6. Save. And minimize. They're just saying it's a little bit odd to stream. Ooh, we should find tougher mobs. Okay, this person was Kettleth the Cabbie on Phoenix. Okay, I don't know what's wrong with spiderlings, but we can probably do oranges or something. It is laggy. Mountain grazers. Yeah, I'm losing a lot of frames. I don't know why. Rendering lag.
LOL, another new alt.
I just went through this. On Phoenix, I had an infiltrator. This girl here is actually the first character I made, but she sat at level 1. So I always intended to make her. I just went and played other things first. Ooh, reds. Probably not a difficulty. Oh, there we go. So yes, an alt, but okay, on Phoenix, I was just saying to this person here, on Phoenix I had 10 level 50s. Now I didn't play them all. I leveled them up and then I decided some of them were worth playing and some of them weren't, or some of them were more entertaining to play, perhaps. It's a better way to put it. So I do want to play all 3 realms. Sit. I do want to play all 3 realms. So it's inevitable that I was going to have to roll somebody up here. Oh, look, boots. We get gloves anywhere in there? We did. All I need is arms, which I have. Okay, with regards to the lag, if it keeps up, seems to have fixed itself. But right now I have Discord open and I'm not using it, so I could shut it off too. Oh, and by the way, how you doing, Jarkson? I can't wait for the end potions and whatnot. Oh. Did I fail the train? No, I did not.
Maybe Discord is part of the audio issue.
It could be. Yep, that's true. I will shut it off next time I sit down. Oh, she AoE'd something.
Oh, we sound like we're in a cave.
Yeah, I know. And I'm not sure why.
Cool.
But as I was saying, I've got so many things going on here. Close window. That will, of course, not shut down Discord. Or on the toilet, yeah. Standing in the shower is a better way to put it, I think. Okay. Sit. Alt-tab. Let me have my... Come on. Okay, don't like having to do it that way, but we will do that. Okay, maybe that shut it down. Didn't think it would. I
What
absolutely
level is
hate.
the new tune?
I'm now 6. And we want that Shadow's Edge train. Gonna go through my end quickly, but maybe not. Doesn't exactly do a lot of damage, does it? Oh, of course I haven't put enough points into Slash yet. That's one difference. Last time I was a Saracen, so I went Thrust. This time I'm a Briton, so I went Slash. We'll see what the difference is like. It just seemed to me before that Thrust was neat, but that Slash did more damage. Although it's hard to tell when you're not playing the character that way. Okay, so now I am 6. Oh, sit. That still hasn't solved that problem though, so it's not that either. It's really getting kind of annoying. I'll have to look at my styles. Maybe that's not the best choice. Endurance medium, damage high. Oh, yeah, no, that's good. And hello, possible clone. Also, I have to admit, Sunday was an absolute gas. It really was. But it was kind of, well, it was long and it was draining. So I kind of wanted something simple and easy to do tonight. Because I got to go to work tomorrow morning.
Is CELESTIUS going to NF?
I don't know. I thought I recalled them saying that they weren't going to do that. Not like never, but were unlikely to do it because they wanted to do Old Frontiers. I'll tell you what I would like would be a New Frontiers. I like New Frontiers. I haven't played on Old Frontiers in ages, mind you. But New Frontiers with... Oh, I'm going to set up a bot and sell. With smaller maps. I don't know if they could do that, but if they could, I don't know, reduce the map somehow. Because my only problem with New Frontiers is it is so big, it's easy to not find people, which is good for the 8 versus 8s maybe, but not necessarily for the rest of us. Where are you going, lady? Confusion. Just kill something.
Did you see the latest update from Phoenix?
No. What did Phoenix have to say? I'm interested. Thought they were dead and gone for now.
It's on their Discord.
Okay. I'll have to go look, but I just shut Discord off. Can you summarize? Since I'm now deadly curious and can't do anything about it. Hey. Sit. Train. We will start upping slash. And put
They
the
said they
excess into
estimate
it.
the server will be back up in a minimum of 6 months.
Really? Oh, man.
But 6 months equals 1 year, I say.
Quite possibly. But I didn't think they were going to set Phoenix up again. I thought that they had decided to stop. Interesting. Very interesting.
6 months is a bad estimate because Atlas isn't even out yet.
Yeah, I know. But the other thing that's bad is that people are here. They're going to get invested in this. But then Phoenix is going to go up. Atlas is going to go up. And people are going to not know which way to jump.
One
right?
more server to compete with the small numbers.
Yeah, this is the problem. If you remember the PvP numbers on Brotherlands 2,
Population
very small.
will be divided even more.
Yeah, I know. Well, what will probably happen, actually, I'm guessing, is we'll end up with CELESTIUS and the new Phoenix and Atlas and one or two others out there that do or do not make it. And then people will end up going where the most other people go, and they will go where the people like Pills go and stuff like that.
Who knows what CELESTIUS will be in 6 months? I think most would prefer Classic.
Yes. Adders. I remember fighting
ATFT,
adders way
good
back.
chat.
Hey, old school, how you doing? Blues. So far yellows. So far the head south thing is not doing its
Maybe Camelot
job quite
Unchained
the
will
same.
come out in the next 10 years. What a scam.
That would just be like adding to the mix. That would be funny. I don't think that's going to be much of a danger, to be honest.
Still never got my founder money back.
No, I did not put any money into it. I did not get speed. Oh, let's sprint.
You were the smart one.
Well, as it turns out, I mean, but it could have been radically different. They could have come up with a fantastic game and then I'd have been not there at the start. Right? I'm glad I didn't throw any money into into Star Citizen, though. We appear to have added a cow, who is a mauler. So, melee, 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 which is a good thing at this level.
Doing good here, just trying to stay warm. 12 below 0 here ATM.
What area of the world is here, if you don't mind me asking?
I live as USA state called Wisconsin.
Oh, okay, Wisconsin, sure. I'm on the west coast of Canada. So 12 below 0 is a disaster here. Nobody's equipped for it.
How's the cheese?
Either these things are aggro, and I failed to read that, which is entirely possible, or that was me. Okay.
Here it's normal, supposed to be minus 30 below in the morning. LOL.
Yeah, I did that when I was in the Canadian military. It got very cold where I was. We'll go with that. What is
Closest
that?
I've ever
Slash.
been is Chicago. I'm in Ohio here.
Coldest I've ever been was when I was in the military and we went up to Baffin Island in December to live in tents. And it was minus 40, but minus 75 with the wind chill. I don't ever want to do that again.
What the F?
Well, December. If you look it up on Google Maps, I was in a little village called Clyde River. On the outside of Baffin Island, across the water from Greenland. And it
Coolest I've been was in 40 degrees Fahrenheit LMAOO.
And that's cold.
LOL.
You know, I don't think I've ever tried Mauler.
I'm from California, so we are spoiled.
Oh, totally, but I would burn to death in California. Seriously. These are aggro. I can't imagine living in the southern U.S. or California or Arizona or anywhere like that. Oh, we've added somebody else. We now have a cabbie. That won't hurt. So 888, 9 for the moo cow, and 9 for Janvier. Said bonjour, I'm French. So Mono Brown said bonjour. Sure. Why, look. We have a quest here, or is this just a kill? I'll take it. Can always lose it later. I might want to switch my style to one that isn't front-based, but dual wield was one of the things I really liked about Infiltrator. Yeah, this will go quick, won't it? Somebody gets a pull. No, I can imagine big points. Where I was in Ontario, when I was in the military, it would get to 35 degrees Celsius. I don't remember what that works out to in freedom measures, but it would sit at 99% humidity for 2 weeks. And yeah, just insufferable. Okay, we need to train again. Sure, at one point there. What? Helpful of the pet to go bring us some more. Where I am in Canada is the best weather in Canada. We don't normally get any snow. We did this year, but not much. And it doesn't get really hot, and it doesn't get really humid. It's great, to be honest. Okay.
Must get a lot of rain.
Oh yeah. Yeah, we do. Temperate rainforest is our climate, or biome, or whatever.
Here in Ohio we get 90s with high humidity, but it usually doesn't last for more than a week at a time midsummer.
Still. No, thank you. I mean, it's all a matter of what you're used to. When I was up on Baffin Island, the native guys there were dressed in like a heavy shirt and jeans and sneakers, and we were in 9 layers of clothing. They were totally used to it. Really neat people. Tiny little community, mind you. There's only 700 people in the village. I'm really glad I went there. I don't actually ever want to go back just because of the weather. Might be all right in the summer. What happened here? Come on. That's me to 10. Train. Yes, definitely. Sell. Boom. Now the better stuff will start rolling in. These are still orange. Oh, somebody else out there. Hello. So I was worried that Infiltrator was going to be slow, but... And I guess it would have been. But once you get in a group that's got a bit of flexibility and is good on damage, it's not bad at all. Look at all the crap there. I don't know why the pause.
Grab your poison from the vendor if you're skilling it up.
I will once I get a little bit more poison. Right now, it wouldn't be worth it to keep repoisoning, right? I certainly will while I'm soloing. That's why I'm starting to put points in Venom and not putting any in Stealth. Stealth doesn't matter at all yet. Okay, are these better than what I'm wearing? No, I'm wearing common. Oh, I could have grabbed the first potions though, right? It is lagging again. I don't know if I got the quest they're turning in or if that was back there. I don't think I grabbed it. Let's check the journal there. That is a lot of lag. No, I did not. Fuck. Wow, I really am lagging out here. Okay, let me map up here and figure out where they are. Just ahead of me down the road. Okay. That would be nice. That would be really nice. Players Guild. I don't know if that matters. If I remember correctly. Oh, wow. How many people are on? I have to go check that. Maybe it's loaded. Yeah, I'm showing about 5% dropped frames. So I don't know what's causing that unless my internet connection is just really busy right now. But I have a pretty good connection normally. I'll let the cow pull. No idea what I was going to say. Okay, so let me look at that. Try a speed test. Okay. Only problem with grouping with people is suddenly you start getting all sorts of stuff you can't use. Thrust damage. Crush. That doesn't help me any. I had a thing I was going to say. I have no idea what it is.
Is your group getting lag?
I don't see any lag there. It must be my system or my stream or something. But I'm not sure why. Wow, he can really pull the aggro. Or another way of putting it is his pet is not very good at keeping it.
It's fairly choppy on screen.
Yeah, I would imagine it is. And it comes and goes, and I'm not sure why. And I checked the drive that I'm recording to isn't a problem. It's got 78 gig free on it or something. My speed test has failed the speed test. Nope. But my system is lagging. Okay, train for a sec. Everything I'm getting for weapons is thrust. Go figure. It's taunting me. Huh. Now. We'll just worry about these two for the moment. And the shard skin. Yeah, we're still losing lots. I don't know why it's so choppy. I have a pretty good internet connection. It's supposed to be 170 up and down. And that should normally be enough for streaming without any problem. So I don't know what the problem is, but I'm sorry if it's choppy. And I'll understand if that's irritating. Anus. Good name. Of course, he's a reaver. That's what a lot of people are going to think anyway, right? Problem with leveling really fast like this is I never feel like I've got the time to go and check out all my styles and figure out what is the best choice and everything else like that. So you're always running a little behind with the technology, so to speak. Now, check for weapons again. Nope. But it's definitely progressing nicely. I'm going to AFK a second here on these guys. I'll let them know. And see what I can shut off. We'll shut that off. And see how that helps. And I'll shut that down for the moment. See if that makes a difference. Still feels laggy. But that seems to have killed one of the problems. Not quite, though. I'm still missing a lot of frames here. Now the frame rate's gone down. Sorry, time to render a frame has
Probably
gone down.
hardest with a dual wield DPS. Tanks will use taunt and casters will use their main damage spell.
Yes. Yes, absolutely. Only 849 people on the server, which is good numbers, but you know. Sure, spiders, what the hell? Okay. Yeah, distraction, that'll be real useful. Well, I can give you a large shield if you want one. Didn't want it.
I figured out why Discord was not working right on Sunday. I forgot to run it as admin LOL.
Ah, okay. And maybe that was a problem here too, although I thought I had. Sure. Uncommon vest. Definitely. Oh, that's them. Okay. I'm pretty sure I had it running right. I don't actually like Discord in a lot of ways. It's very handy. Make no mistake. But I'm not quite sure what it is I don't like. Maybe just the layout of the UI and stuff.
On my bot PC I have to run auto hotkey as admin.
Yeah. I know Windows had security issues, and so they put in all sorts of safeguards and things like that. And, you know, Windows Defender or whatever is actually pretty good. But it's kind of irritating that it can interfere with the performance of the computer if you don't do things exactly the right way, which is annoying. Okay, we are still experiencing lag. I hope to hell it isn't Windows Update downloading another bloody update. It does it a lot. Trying to see my... Nope, nothing is going to let me see my bar, which is annoying. South of Bridge. Okay. Oh, I can't use it. Oh, right. I'm getting all the crap. I keep forgetting. Who did I miss? Haisner. Presumably this is the bridge they mean. Okay. We are down a person.
Did anyone think about what they will play in mid once we get around to it?
Who knows? Haisner. Where did everybody go? That way? No. Other way. Another relic changing hands. Militia Bellicose.
Probably play a warrior, so we got a tag.
Yes, good odds. But there's so many good mid classes too. But yes. Now, have I failed to train? I have. What are we? 13. Okay. Gotta look at styles real soon, but I closed that window to try and fight the lag, which is not happening. I'm still losing. Oh, I shouldn't be losing anything now. It's listing that I did lose stuff. Okay. Apparently there's an XP bonus in DF, so they want to go to DF. Sure. Question is, where do I teleport to get to DF? I don't remember. And back we go. Okay, we're off to Ludlow.
We got slaughtered by Albs today in DF, must have been like 200 Albs LOL.
Yeah.
Was a big DF fight after our Legion raid LOL.
Well, that's cool though. I mean, getting slaughtered not so much, but Golistant has been slayed by Spice. Oh well. Maybe we run. Where is the port? There. Bridwin Keep. All right. I think that they're being overly ambitious. Okay, Bridwin Keep is just...
Also did the dragon too, starting to collect them tokens, and I hear I am going to need a lot of them LOL.
See, Thane's another one I was looking at playing.
Already have a Thane old _ school. Might be easier to pull and round up mobs. I have Thane on Atlas not here, but I could make a Thane tank too.
Thane is such fun. I don't think we're going to do well even at the entrance of DF. We're a little low level for it, right? There's only 3 of us now.
No, the not kill Grays is out the window these days LOL.
Yeah. That'll change perhaps when there's more people at higher level. Who knows?
Got killed every time, even when I bowed and waved to the enemies LOL.
Really? Okay. So Grey Ganking is back on the menu. Oh, maybe not.
I was thinking SM or RM for the AoE.
SM. Sup SM does lovely damage, right? $13, 15 points unspent. I gotta keep up with my weapons here. If I got one.
Still amazes me how we went from like LVL5 to mid 40Ds LOL.
Oh, I know. That was amazing and massive fun. But an incredible pace. Okay, I'll fight this one since it aggroed me. I gotta look at my style sometime soon, though. $14. Go me. I'll let Dreadful decide that. I will bring up my browser. That doesn't work. If I go down over here like that, give me a new window. And, well, whatever. Oh, that won't work. CELESTIUS has not been out long enough. Care plan. Move that over there. Move that over there. Infiltrator, usually under I. Wow, still lagging out.
SM does good damage, SM does okay damage and can run blade turn if we are melee heavy.
RM, you mean? Yes, that's true. Yep. Sup RM. The only problem is, within my experience anyway, Sup RM is one of the most boring mid-classes to play. Now, it may have changed. It's been a long time since I played one. It's not Sup SM, Sup RM. Sorry.
RM. Autocorrect.
Yeah. Okay. Slash any timer. After uppercut. Nope. Dual wield any timer. The one I'm doing is 0.69. No, it's still the best one to have, but I could have a follow-up of Eclipse. Which I can set up. Dual wield Eclipse on 6 there. Okay. Might as well fight it, and then I can test that out.
Warden is the best class with blade turn.
Probably the most interesting one to play with blade turn, yeah. Actually, I don't know who gets blade turn on the Alb side. I haven't played enough Albs. To say, like it's an understatement. This isn't the pace that we had on Hib by any stretch, but it's not bad. Oh. Now, have we failed to train? We have. Welcome to Celestius. Train. Gonna have to make a macro up. 14. I am 14, right? Yep, 14. 13. And 14. And raise that. All those extra infiltrator points are kicking in. Not doing great damage, I gotta say. Of course, my weapon probably absolutely blows at this point, right? Yeah, blue. Why do I keep getting...
I do plan to make an INF2 if we had say a 4-man INF team and solo would be toast LOL.
Oh, Infiltrator is enormous fun. You get all the points in the universe, which is also lots of fun. Makes it very easy to figure out what spec you might want to be. I'll take
Earth
those are
Eater
mail
just get
gloves.
out. Any solo I mean.
Thrust. Why didn't I go thrust? Look at that army. Somebody's going to play with Legion, probably. Thrust. Nope. Oh, somebody could... A bunch of people, we could go Infiltrator, with one person going Minstrel, and speccing their stealth up high enough to be able to hide. And, hey, a helmet. Do I have one? I do not. And we could run a stealth group on the Alb side. Not that original, but you know. And I need that train macro. Oh, there's lots of you out there. Hello, folks. Okay, sure. I pulled that when they were going to drop a merch. Macro. Drain.
How are you enjoying CELESTIUS so far?
Um, I I like it, but I don't know how much of that is the fact that I just really like the game,
More than
and I'm
2
happy to
stealth
be
in a
playing it
group gets a
again.
debuff for stealth distance.
Ah, okay. Then we run 2 infiltrators and 2 scouts.
Oh, that is nice.
Yes, all stealth groups are a little cheesy, I realize that, but it could be fun. And I am not beyond cheesy from time to time. A minstrel, 2 scouts, and 2 infiltrators. If we had that many people. 2 infiltrators moving close, the 2 scouts stay at range, and the mini does the mini stuff.
It makes them easier to be seen.
Does this stream still seem really laggy to you? Right, but if the scouts stayed at range, unless it's just applicable, if you got that in a group, period, not within range of each other, then maybe not. That's probably a good thing. I mean, stealthers are irritating enough as is. Going to be disappointing to the Power Rangers from Phoenix, though, when they come over here, isn't it? What should be nice here is when I finally get to 50, there will actually be targets out there, which on Phoenix was not always true. I don't need the map open, do I? So macro server / server info. We'll add that up too. So we have 766 people. Albion heavy right now. But Hibernian heavy on the frontier. So yeah, overall I'm liking Celestius.
Power Rangers are here.
Are they? I figured they would be. But they're gonna suffer from that, aren't they? Or they'll be in separate groups of 2. Which is another thing I guess you could do around that, couldn't you? I have to admit they were really irritating on Phoenix. I need to sell too. I also need endurance. Okay, I probably have, real soon anyway, I probably have the lower pots now. I'll take that, drop that down here. I'll add that one though. For when I do run out. And lag out. Badly need a better slashing weapon though. Okay.
Some guilds have weird names. I saw one called 8 inches unbuffed LOL.
Uh-huh. Nope, we don't have the points for that. I must have trained and not noticed it. Okay. They're always gonna push the limits on what devs will allow for things like that, of course. I saw somebody here from a guild called Government, which I'm pretty sure I remember on Phoenix as well. Not that that, you know, is all that difficult a name for somebody to come up with. But I always thought it was a nice, funny dad joke, if you wish, to run up to a server and see it was controlled by the government. Now I can use that train macro. See all those points? It's brilliant. Wow, I'm really not doing good damage now. I mean, I know it's a red, but still. Okay, let's do that. And oh, we didn't actually buy the end buff one. So he was annoyed at not getting 1 or 2 mobs. I don't know why he was up here. He ran down there and died. Oh, he's pulling from down below. Okay, sure. So I do want to play all 3 realms. I don't know if there's a pattern to the way I'm going to do it, like 1 night a week or something like that. But it might be... Oh, I got uncommon gloves. I do not. And finally a hat, probably. Oh, I have the hat. Okay, I had another thought there and I've forgotten what it was. Kill the blue since it's here and it's irritating. I'm not sure at what point we can handle the Necromancers down there.
3 weekly streams, 3 realms.
Well, yeah, see, that has a symmetry to it, but reality is I'm going to enjoy some characters more than others, at least at certain points. So I don't know if I can stick to it that well, but it might be fun to do it that way. That would be easy. In which case it's, at the moment, Hibs on Sunday, Albs on Tuesday, and it would be Mids on Thursday, since I am doing 3 streams a week. I really want a weapon. Legion has been slain by Shiona. Isn't actually bad progress. That's up. Hey, a slash weapon, finally. Now, can I have a slash offhand, please? Not too much to ask. That should help. Sit. That's a bit better on damage. I do need to look at styles for a second here. Dual wield. Yeah. Shadow's edge to front. Slash. Front. Okay, so maybe the slash, cross slash, and bloodletter would be better choices than those two. Bloodletter and what was the other one? Cross slash. Try those two. Cross slash and bloodletter. That's a bit better. And I should take a little less damage and use a little less endurance. which is always good. Train. We just leveled yet again. What are we? 17. Not used to all those points still.
Whatever you guys get set up and want to do, just let me know, I'll be riding.
Yep.
You should have both your endurance pots now.
Yeah, but now I'm not worried about endurance as much. For whatever reason. Either because I'm not using it or because, you know, not that much of a problem. The other one was using higher endurance, the attack. Still losing frames. Don't know what is up with that. Who knows? Maybe my wife is watching something on high def TV or something. Okay. Oh yeah, that's what I was going to do. /played. Missed it, of course, because of all the spam, but 2 hours and 4 minutes. Not a hit PL group, but you know. Still not bad. Yeah, originally I was thinking that CELESTIUS had made a mistake with the way they did the PvE stuff because it was going to be really boring. In solo, it is pretty dull. In a group, not so bad. Now I don't think that it's necessarily a mistake. I think they were just smarter than I was. Really. They seem to have the numbers, which is the biggest thing. We'll see how Phoenix coming back up, whenever it does, plays into that, but... And Atlas. I think there's more people that want to run servers than there are players to play them. And that's a bit much.
Phoenix is going to come back.
That's what somebody was saying, that on their Discord they said it would be back up in 6 months, but as the person said, I would hold your breath on that. But I haven't read it up on it yet myself, so I don't know exactly what they said. 6 months could be...
Interesting. I wonder if old Chars will be there.
I don't know. No idea. in my opinion, it would be better if the old characters were still there, but what they did was, who are we pulling? Oh, you're just creating a new pet. If what they did was wipe all the realm rank stuff. Completely let everybody start from scratch. Which would annoy some people no end, of course. But
Agreed.
would give everybody equal footing without having to go through the bother of templating again and leveling up all their characters and stuff. One nice thing from my point of view is I could no longer feel at all reluctant to use my video credits and stuff like that because my characters would still be there. And honestly, I know if somebody did like realm rank 11 or something like that on Phoenix, it would be painful to go back to realm rank 1 and have to start again. I recognize that. And I would have sympathy for them. But at the same time, having everybody who showed up basically have an equal footing wouldn't be a bad thing. Okay, let's see if we've got an offhander here yet. Usable in left hand. That thrust? Flash. Ah, we're going to try the Necromancers. Good. Flash and slash. Good.
I agree, and most of the high RRs are now high RRs again in CELESTIUS, so I don't think they would mind playing a lot LOL.
No, probably
Now we
not.
have to do something new. People like me would get steamed rolled and no chance to catch up.
Yeah. Yeah, if you weren't there at all, then yeah, it would not be a pleasant experience in a lot of ways. Although it had a pretty good Zerg system there. So actually getting up to, say, realm rank 5 or something like that isn't that bad on Phoenix if they kept the same system with the RVR event zone stuff that they had there. I can't remember what the term was. I like that idea. All you have to do literally is go into the current selected RVR zone and die. And you would get points for it. And that wasn't bad. It had diminishing returns, so down the road, it wasn't really worth it. Okay, evade, low, damage high. That's not bad. Riposte. Did I just train or did I fail to train? I failed to train. Train. Try that again. Boom. Boom. Train. Oh, we've added a new person. A minstrel. So I'm not even attempting a spec here. I'm just raising up my weapon and dual wield. I haven't put any points into crit strike. I have put a few into envenom, but I'm not using it because I would have to keep re-poisoning and stuff like that. I will use that when I go to solo and stuff, though. It's a little over 2 hours to get to level 19, and this has not been an optimum group. It's been good, but it's not like the be-all and end-all or anything. So that's kind of cool. Oh, here we're pulling. Okay. Dreadful is out damaging me. That's just dreadful. I should look for a back style. Positional back, not till 21, / positional back, not till 39. Okay, not happening. Okay. Which is my... Taunt, inflame, sure. Ah, that's where I was. What am I doing? Oh, sure. Awesome. Rare gloves. Rare boots. Don't think I got any other rare. That wasn't what I meant to do. Rare combat leather helm. Sell. That did not work. Why did that not work? There. Yeah, we don't have a buffer. It's kind of amazing how we went from live and live, basically, and Phoenix as the viable choices for servers. And now we have live, which a lot of people don't like playing on. Some do, no problem. And Celestius, and we're going to have Atlas, and we're going to have Phoenix, apparently. That's kind of ridiculous. And I really am concerned that it is going to drain the population that much. Because the one thing that is sure and certain, in my opinion, is you do need to have a certain number of people playing this game in order to make it viable for RVR, really. I am starting to die here. Need to grab a health pot from here. Mending. No. Weak elixir of mending. Don't know if I got it. I did. That's all I have. And the merchant went away. Hey, 19. Set. Oh, there's more people out there. Hello, folks. Okay, Sweaty. There is another server. It's got a name, something like Rising Moon or something. And it had a neat mechanic. I don't know if they've even got like a server with any code on it, but they had a list of things that they were intending. And one of the things was that there would be an item in your inventory which you can't delete or sell, which you can put in your vault if you want. And if it's in your inventory, you would level really fast. And if it was in your vault, you wouldn't. With the idea being that some people like PvE and want to level slowly, and others don't and want to level quickly. And to me, that seems like a very clever solution to the fact that some people do not like PvE, which is fine. And some people do and want to do all the quests and, you know, play a casual game and everything. Without giving people instant 50s.
That's a great solution. Best of both worlds.
Right. Yeah, I thought it was very clever. I don't know what they mean by fast, but I imagine they mean quite fast. And that is not a bad solution at all, in my opinion. And we have to train again. Well, I don't have to. I suppose I could save all the points up. Sure. We'll just train to there for now, because I don't even know what level I am. And they're pulling again. Now, there is a thing to be said for having to do a little bit of PvE leveling. In my opinion, anyway. And that is, you get attached to your character, and you can't just go insta your character. So you won't have, like, flavor of the day. Everybody decides to roll a PBAOE character, and the entire Zerg is PBAOE, and it's funny and everything, but it won't be a casual thing. You'd have to plan it. And you want people to stay attached to their character.
Gives you some attachment to what you're playing.
Exactly what I'm
Also
saying.
crafting, so there's an economy going on the server.
Yeah, this server here does not have any crafting. And that is a thing to consider. Man, I cannot keep up with all the stuff I'm being handed, which is, I mean, very cool. I just put the wrong one there. I did. Put that there, and that there, even though it's my offhand. Infiltrators are not really made to tank. Just an observation. Yeah, no, see, this is a thing. I don't mind PvE. I don't mind it at all. I'm fine with it. I have to sit again. After this girl. Ack. Wow, I think the lag is on my box. I just don't know why. And I had a speed test thing set up on my Stream Deck here, and if it's correct, I don't have bad lag there or anything like that. I think it must be my box having fits. Okay, we can train again. I still had points. We are not 20, so can't go any higher there. Doesn't really matter. I suppose I could start putting some points in Crit Strike. Not that many. Sure. Train. We'll do it later. Wrong thing. I'm not a great tank, but almost 20. This might do it. Yep. Cool. Train. 20. 20. Train. Okay, so I was doubting that we could do DF early on when we first got here, but no. Not a problem with a group. Much earlier than I thought. I guess I solo too much. My judgment is off. Sure. I think I have that, but yes, I do. I have the gloves? I do. This pace here is actually a little hard to keep up with everything in a group. Like all the stuff that's happening. Now, admittedly, we are pulling fairly aggressively here. Yeah, it's my box. I'll bet Windows is downloading some bloody update in the background. I've already updated it twice in 2 days. So, who knows? But it seems to me that when Windows grabs an update and you don't update, that it holds stuff in, oh yeah, new pots, good. That it holds stuff in memory. We are just going to back here and get rid of the weak elixir. Across the board. Yes. Really wish that delete button came up closer to your inventory, but I don't think you can move it. So elixir of healing. Buy. Elixir of endurance. Buy. Elixir of power I don't need. Next page. Elixir of invigoration. Want that. Don't need the weak elixir there. Delete. Elixir of speed. Oh, shard skin. And speed. And shard skin. Go. And then I need to set all of those up. Speed I didn't have, which was foolish. And healing. And I am the only one here, so they probably moved down the hill. Which is going to be silly for aggro. Let's see where they went. There they are. Yeah, lag. Okay. Just lost our minstrel. That's too bad. Okay. Pull one of these and try. Oh, I should hit all these things, shouldn't I? Okay, already got. I gotta figure all that stuff out too. Presume you're gonna pull that fiend. These are going to be a little deadly. Very deadly. Sit. This is going well, but not so well there. Okay. What is the wrong color? That could be better. Sleeves. Wow, I could really use some sleeves. Haven't gotten any. Nope. Haven't died in this character yet. Touch wood. Or at least touch whatever IKEA made this table out of. But it's getting real close. And our cabbie here is hurting. Keeps pulling the aggro. Probably too aggressively dotting and debuffing. Okay. We are going to die here. I am going to die here. There we go. Cabbie wasn't reading. Okay. Release. God only knows where I bound. Long pause. And I am still losing frames. It's not huge. Well, no, it is huge. I'm confused as to why that's happening. Oh, I'm in Forest Sauvage, right. Okay. Buffs. Do that part. Get rid of this.
Good morning.
Good morning, Shiloh. How you doing? Sure, I'll drop it. Whatever. Hastener. Why am I way down there? Not the Frontier teleporter. Celestius teleporter. Come on, dude. Pridwin Keep. That's good. We'll bind here. Okay, and do a run to DF again. For which I want the map. I remember roughly the right direction, but I am not an alb by nature. Oh, that'll be quick. I didn't realize those were aggro. We'll try that again. Deja vu all over again. Release. I'll be more cautious. I thought that this stuff would all be lower level by now. I was wrong. Okay, Celestius buffs dude. Hastener, first buff. Thank you. Celestius buffs. No, I don't want a quest. Where was the buffs dude? He was right here somewhere. There we are. Okay, we'll try being more cautious. Okay, we're still going that way. But we're going to avoid mobs. What a novel concept. Now if I didn't have all this lag, I'd be able to con stuff on the run. Those look like they're okay. And they wouldn't actually make a bad thing to fight. Except the reason we went to DF was for the buffs. How are you, Mr. Wolf? You are new. You are aggressive. How are the ants? Aggressive. Let's try level 1 stealth. Maybe I should put some points into stealth after all, right? Or into a better system. Or a better net connection, because wow. That's lagging out heavily there. Seen by something. Not a big surprise. Dragon Ant drone. Which will catch me if I keep lagging out. Okay, so my compatriot has left. In fact, I could fight anything now. But we'll go try DF again. Oh, but I have... Cleverly, I wonder if the bot sells ammunition for the crossbow. Because I don't have any. Because, I mean, who needs that, right? I wonder, I added a piece of software to my OBS. And maybe that is what is causing the lag. Maybe that was a mistake. Usually OBS is pretty good about that. So we have the buffs. We can... Oh, wrong one. There. Invig. Never jump down things and drink at the same time. since I haven't actually been soloing. Oh, we can go back to our better style, though, too. Inflame with the taunt, right? Don't need that. Obscure. Gone are those now. Orange. But I've got no way to pull them, so it's all kind of irrelevant. Still not a bad run. At least now I can go over my equipment and see what needs to be replaced. And now I should start getting stuff that is suited to me only. And let's set up one of those. And this dude. Come on. I've been in combat recently. Yes, I know. Timer on that seems a little long to me, given the pace of leveling here. Sell it all. Start all over again. Oh, right. I was going to check to see if there was rounds. This is not stunning damage, I gotta say. I'm spoiled by having played a high-level inch, though, too. So, back here. Let's look at that. We do have ammo. Klein. What do I need for a crossbow? You cannot use this item. Decline. Why can I equip a crossbow? Crossbow. Can't just use it without, can I? Quiver slot. Right, I need arrows. Why can I not use arrows? Is there a different type of arrows for crossbows? Am I being really dense?
Bolt.
Well, yeah, that would make sense, but... Oh, bolts. I see. Okay. Gotcha. There we go. We'll test that out. And then, because I am thick and did not do it, I will try and buy some venom, too. Okay. Up. Sell that. Move the shard skin up. Bring the thing back up again. Thank you. Now, what is my envenom actually at? 9. We are 20. And okay, I do still need to go to the healer. I'm not used to dying on this server. 20 and 20. So I might as well put it into envenom. Not that much. So 11 plus what? 5. So 16 in venom. And level 15. There we go. Major lethal poison. So can I just take it and drop it on my weapon like we did? Yep. Okay. Doesn't do... Oh, it does do decent damage. Good. And I know I could be applying one on the left side, too. Haven't gotten that far.
You should be used to dying after Sunday.
Well, yes, I should. I did die occasionally on Sunday. That is true. From time to time. Those back there.
Ha ha ha.
Move that down there.
Just a few deaths is all.
Yeah, I don't know. Not more than 20 or 30 times, right? So page 5. Wrong one, page. That's all we have is lethal.
It got better
venom?
once I got better blocking and slam.
Oh, there we go. Yes, it did. It got much better. Major weakening, level 11. That's all we can do. Okay, so pain to have to do this every time. I agree. The thing you were talking about with WoW, where it was good for half an hour, that sounds like a great idea. Let's try pulling one of these.
Wait till I have bodyguard. Nothing will touch Oyo till I die, lol.
Sounds good to me. Too far away. This way I can get aggro from the demonic familiars, right? Still too far away to attack. Crossbow has a terrible range. There. Oh, I got something wrong in my settings there. And I'm dying. That is a lot of damage from one fight. Okay, drop that. Have a sit. This is going to be slower solo than I thought it would be. Best combat leather boots. Got those. I'll be using a gray crossbow. Let's go with a better one. And look to see if we've got a
I think
rare.
the issue is the pulse hitting mobs before the pet taunt.
Probably. Yeah, sure. Get rid of that. That was Very effective overall, though. Oh. Oh, it didn't fix the style. And the lag fixing would be helpful, too. What have we got for an evade? Oh, maybe Misty Gloom would be a better choice. I haven't looked at the growth rates on any of these. Opening Shadow's Edge. And return. Front of target. Damage high. Oh. Well, yeah, we'll do that then. Shadow's Edge as a main. And does it have a follow-up? Eclipse. Right. Eclipse. Try that. Better damage. Much better damage. And I'm not using the poisons there either. And should be. Actually, what would be nice for poisons would be if you could macro it somehow. I don't know how you do that, but if they had a macro that you could, you know, slot 1 onto weapon 1, slot 2 onto offhand or something like that. Okay, let's try one of these again. I got to run down here, right? In range, good. This is actually running probably about half the speed that the HIB group did. I mean, I know I'm solo now, that's a big difference, but probably half the speed that the HIB group did for leveling speed. Because I'm 2 hours and 45 minutes in and reached level 21. Yeah, sure. Start putting that. Oh, actually, I'm still doing those, aren't I? Up and up. And we got 20 points left, which should probably go into Envenom. And then the rest. Oh, Crit Strike. And Stealth. I don't think that worked, did it? It did. Okay, good. There's a point with this class where if you've spent enough on your weapon skill and stuff like that, your damage actually isn't all that bad. It's not huge, but it's not bad. And you don't need to worry about the poisons as much. But definitely it's faster if you want to do harder mobs and toss poison on every time. Just not sure I want to do that. Now the problem is that I need better armor. I am manifestly not a tank. Rust. Red. Red. Gray. Red. Yellow. Red. Yeah, we need some pants too. Now, are those reds to me? They are. And they're probably all going to stay red to me. I don't know if I can fight them. I guess we find out. The lag is killing me, though. I really would like to know what's causing that. What happened there? I selected a target. Not out of range. Good. This is going to be... Oh no. Slow but not impossible. No. I remember on live, I was leveling up a Shadow Blade at one point there. And it got to the point where I could not kill blues solo. And I think I kind of gave up at that point. And of course, I don't think respecs were a thing then. Okay, we're going to try it with poison again. Even though it's not very good poison. And try that again. Okay, the extra damage helps right away. Although I'm still taking lots of it. A lot less damage. Still pretty slow. Oh well, that was me saying I don't mind PvE. I better live up to that, right? I do hate how long the animation is for crossbow. Target is not in view. Right there. Thank you. Oh, didn't repoison. Might be time to turn in my Infiltrator license.
Did he just go crazy and fall asleep?
Coffee is not up to it. And there's no scotch in it today, so I can't blame that. Okay. Suddenly there's 20 of you. Do I assume that some other streamer just decided to end their stream, and so a bunch of people went, well, who can I watch now? Oh, I'll watch this guy. Probably that, right? Hello, welcome. I gotta scroll my window down. There's actually so many of you that my bot scrolled up. Okay. Oh, look, self-pulling. And they look like they have a nasty first hit. We're getting ahead of them there? Not really. Can't really get away with that either, eh? And live to tell the tale. Barely. I run out of tinder boxes too. Okay, sit. And let us remember that we must repoison. I got a better main weapon that's come up that I've ignored. You're thrust. You're useless. New. Pants. Hey, pants. Now all I need is sleeves, which I do not think I have gotten. No. Okay. Call up the dude. That again. Yeah, still wicked lag. Yeah, time to uninstall some stuff from OBS, I think. Where is it here? Always the last one you choose, right? I have not gone through all the arrows that I had. Surely. I have gone through all the arrows that I had. But I bought a lot more than that. Where did they shove them? There they are. Yeah, much slower progress than with a group. Who knew, right? I should have known. Since I do have new people out there, if anybody out there is playing an Infiltrator here on CELESTIUS, let me know what you think. Particularly if you played on Phoenix as well. Is it working for you? I think
I rerolled Minstrel.
You rerolled Minstrel? Uh-oh. You had an Infiltrator and you gave up and rerolled Minstrel? Was it that bad?
No, I was mid.
Oh, I see. Okay. Oh, even more of you. Hello. Might just be bots arriving, but it looks like people. I have to extend the window again. Always nice to have an audience. Do I learn from my mistakes? No, I do not.
I like the server.
This may be
More
hard.
so grouped up like we was Sunday. Have not had that much fun in a while cause of the pandemic.
Oh, I know. That was enormous fun. I'm going to die here if I don't catch up soon. Yeah, the Sunday was amazing. For anybody who wasn't here on Sunday, we did a group on Hib with a bunch of us and went from, in my case, I think I'm going to die here, level 8 up to, yep, dead. Level 8 to early 40s in one session, which was like amazingly fast feeling progress. Okay, release. We'll do this again. I mean, I don't have to come to DF. But apparently there's a bonus for leveling in DF, so that doesn't hurt.
Server is Popeye yet.
It's... Why did it bring me back here when I bound somewhere else? That doesn't seem right. Now, there was... Yeah, I need to talk to a healer. Healer. That helped that. It did. Good. Teleporter. And back to Pridwin. I don't understand why binding in Pridwin didn't seem to actually bind me in Pridwin. Aesner. That doesn't seem sensible. I do not want your silly quest. Okay. Need that map thing again, because I am, by and large, a tourist here. What kind are those? Very purple. We don't want to play with those. Also very purple, and the wolf probably is too. Yeah, it's the right way. I don't know if you heard Smo Beats. Apparently the Discord for Phoenix announced that they figure they're going to be back up again in 6 months. Which is cool and all, but it's like they stopped suddenly without any warning, and now they're going to start up again suddenly without any warning, which is fine. They're not obliged to tell us anything in advance, but kind of surprising. I haven't gone to read about it yet. Somebody reported it here in chat, but and we'll see if 6 months is actually 6 months. But that's going to mean that we have live, for those people that like live. Phoenix, whenever it comes back up again. Atlas, whenever it's ready.
The original shutting down.
And obviously Celestius. Yeah, I don't know if anybody's heard what caused the original shutdown. It was rather sudden and unexpected. And then
I didn't see anything on it. I'm not on their Discord.
No, I think I am on their Discord, but I never go there, which is, you know, my problem, really. But, okay, speed. 2 more seconds. There. Invig. We're still losing. I'm sorry, it must be very laggy on the stream. We're still losing a lot of
Nothing listed on their
frames
website or YouTube that I could AE.
Okay.
Didn't play that much on Phoenix.
Phoenix was pretty good. I have to say, I really liked Phoenix. If you've seen my channel opening and credits and all that sort of stuff, that's all from Phoenix. And let's put poison up this time and not fight like an idiot, as well as sitting to get the health back. I didn't want to refilm all that stuff. It took forever to edit those. So I've still been using them. And then I realized, well, hey, this is sort of a snapshot of Phoenix at the time, and therefore it's fun to reminisce over it. But it would be even better if they brought the server back up. Yeah, the poisons definitely help. I'm going to have to put more points into Envenom, which I probably have and probably haven't trained. 4 points. No, I'm wrong. And here comes death again. Maybe I need to fight easier mobs. I like fighting reds. It feels good to be able to kill tough mobs, but it probably feels good for them to be able to kill adventurers too. And that's what's happening more. No, my worry is that we're going to have at least 4 places. There is another server called something like Rising Moon or something like that people were talking about. There is Brotherlands 2, although they've closed their access by simply no longer having the client for download because I think they got enough people.
Come to Pride when it'll help you quickly with that use. Gives much XP.
Okay, sure. Let me hit the healer, and I will do just that. Come on. Did you do it?
Yeah, the splitting of player base is rough.
That's the biggest thing I'm worried about, is that we're going to have the player base split up enough that there isn't enough people to really have good RVR on the server, right? Who are you, Shiloh? Flawless Disciple here? And is this the quest I want? Lots of experience. Okay. Lead on Macduff, if that's you. Long delay while the stream does its thing. Oh. I really do not want to go to work tomorrow. I'm lazy. Okay, a night's final rest. Kill fallen knights and fallen handmaidens in the graveyard west of Pridman. Kill 10. Heidi. Is Heidi who you are? Did I get hasten while I was at it? I did not.
Jodla hi it's hiding.
Ah. Okay. Godella. Hi. I'm not seeing that. I will do that. I will stay back. They said, just let me kill him quick. Stay back a bit. I will do that. No problem. I'm sticking right here. That's pretty effortless. One should always have a pocket level 50 healer. Whoever Jodala Hi is, thank you. I will say that in chat here, but if it's somebody that's out here in chat, I really greatly appreciate it. All the help I can get. I have done PvE before, so even though it's a new server, and back to the keep. And boom, half a level. Okay. Okay,
Ladies,
not
off to work.
repeatable.
GL with leveling.
Thank you, and have a good one. Okay, that was awesome. And really appreciated. That gave me a boost. Now let's go look at what we can fight here. Pigs or something like that. Something safer than DF. I hope. They probably hit like trucks, right? Okay.
They added Slayer quests for LVL1.
Oh, did they?
LVL10.
Now, it might simply be that Infiltrator sucks to level. I don't know. I don't even remember how I leveled my Phoenix one. I thought I did a lot of it solo at various points and grouped up once or twice. But maybe I got power leveled. Who knows? I did. PNA Helped me with that immensely, that's right. Although that was higher level. Well, survived one pig. Oh. Drop that. Sit. Repoison. Target is walking out of range, right? Yep. How about this guy? Nope, too far away. Oh man, the lag. Yeah, I'm having serious lag issues here, and I'm sorry about that. I don't know what's causing them. Might be the SE Live thing I installed, which from what I can see I don't actually need. So I'm going to take a few things out of OBS and see how that does for the next stream. Oh, many seconds before I can do anything. Okay. Unfortunately. Well, that's done better there. And that's without poison. That's just bleed. But it's not helping much. Okay, I don't know why it's not making a noise for those. Right. Gotta say, I don't mind the styles that I'm getting here in Alb. The ones in Hib seem to me to not be that good unless you're using a special weapon like large weapon or something like that. The ones in mid they make perfect sense to me, but then I started off with mid, so that makes sense too. But I was just thinking, Midgard is supposed to be the melee realm, and if it has the best styles, broadly speaking, then that would make sense. Hib is the magical realm, so it should have styles that aren't as convenient for melee for the most part, except for the specialized stuff. And Alb should be in the middle, so maybe that makes sense. Orange is definitely much easier. Still got to sit there for a while. Poison. Definitely got to raise. No. Poison. Poison. Lag is not helping. Yeah. Poisons are a little low. Oh, these are neutral. Too easy. You can tell I'm tired. Yeah, look at that lag. The other thing that might happen is Phoenix comes back up, and as much as people like Phoenix, they might decide they like this server better, despite old Frontiers and people liking New Frontiers more and things like that. And I understand that now, having thought about it more. But I think that this is going to be really popular with the 8-man crowd. So, I mean, basically, somebody wants to play a new character, you just have to level them up, and they are templated. And that is a huge bonus. No long delay where you have to grind all the stuff and craft it all and everything else. I'll know more when I get to higher level. Which won't be right away at this rate, but you know. Still not bad, mind you. Well, okay, it's a little slow because you keep having to sit. And I don't know how many of those. I have one left. So that's a thing to be said for DF. Oh, now, mind you, I should be going back and looking at the towns we went through for the quests too, because there was some that gave you realm points early on, and I think I missed those, right? I think I have my one realm point. Oh no, I got them. Okay. 2,000 realm points. Hey. That must have been the Pridwin one then. Experience as well. Did not repoison. I I should be checking my gear again here too. I don't know. I think there's some really positive things to be said for CELESTIUS. And I haven't seen the whole setup of the server yet. I haven't done everything on at least one character. So, Fair Balance Rapier is thrust. Useless to me. Got the combat leather gloves. Don't have the sleeves, do I? No, I do not. Good. Air combat scimitar. There we go. That'll help. Didn't poison. Looks like I don't really need to here. Probably a lot of the damage I was taking was from crap armor. Not that leather is like stunning as an armor type. Okay. That's the one I got rid of. What's my secondary? It's fine. I suppose I could be out leveling on the frontier too. And if I did that, I would be getting the tinder boxes to help me heal. And that would probably be worth it too. Maybe in another level or so. Yeah, okay. 30. Oh, we got a few other people out there I don't recognize. Hello. Most of you I do. Come on, orange. Repoison. Now, I do hope that when I get this girl to 50 and I'm out on the frontier, we don't have to play carrying a bag of 80 weapons, and it's an exaggeration, but I had somebody show up on stream when I was on Phoenix who said that they carried 24 weapons around with them or something ridiculous. No, that did not work. There. And that just seems a bit stupid, to be honest. I would be much happier if they did something to limit that. Oh, redo these. Did them backwards. Oh well. Yeah, enough extra damage there to make it well worth it. Even though there is this long wait. 22 more seconds. Repoison. Only doing it the right way around. So I'll swap those back again. Pick a boar. Pick a boar. Any boar. 6 more seconds. Well, I guess one thing's for sure. If we're going to have 4 potential places to play this, live and 3 free shards, the game isn't in any danger of disappearing right away. So all the people who love it can continue to play it. And we get 4 different visions of the way the game should be done, right? And I am not a person who really likes live, and I'm not quite sure why. I should probably try it again and see if I can figure out what it is I don't like. But I want them to keep going, of course. And there may be something happening there, because I thought I heard a rumor that Broadsword was actually hiring more people. Game obviously has a consistent fan base if they're given access to the right version of the game. And I think the right version of the game is more classic overall. Like classic classes with new frontiers. But I want to play old frontiers first and see what I think of it. I just don't actually remember sitting in Emain all that fondly. So I don't know if that's... Oh, somebody in advice there is asking to be invited to Goodfellas. So if that's the same people, then that's another Phoenix guild that was here before. Well, it was on Phoenix and is now here. Which is cool. Oh, come on. Wow, lagged out entirely there. I don't know what happened. And thank you. Now let's check the crap again. What do we need new versions of? Anything? Crossbow, for what that's worth. Who cares? Yellow. We got those. Rare crossbow. I bring it up, it's there. Don't really need it. Oh, poison. Keep forgetting that if you load a ranged weapon, you have a ranged weapon selected because you picked it up. I presume somebody out there has spec'd full crossbow at some point in the past to see what it does. I imagine it sucks. as you would expect. Man. I'm going to check my controller here because it seems to have lost one of its buttons.
Had to be better than 50 throwing weapons.
Oh, I remember that. Everybody was, oh, yeah, yeah, try that. Not so much. But probably not, you know. Throwing weapons is really quick. Crossbow has this long lag in there. I hate to imagine what this field smells like. Okay. Can't hit that already, can we? We can. Hey. Let us foolishly level on a red and see how that goes. Well, I'll sit for a second. Oh. Oh. It's not that bad either. There we go. That
What
was it.
throwing weapons should have given is a small snare or short stun.
That would have been nice. Yeah. A very short snare, but you could use it while moving or something like that. Okay. "23. I could have been training there and didn't. We are not smart, as it turns out. No. We're going to raise that up. There, say. And just put the excess points there. Kidney rupture. Hey. That's an any. Any. Oh, opening eviscerate. Duh. Okay, right. I should probably be looking to have my second attack be an evade behind target. Any. An evade. Low end, medium damage, medium bonus. I could use that there. No, I'm doing better landing the secondary when it lands, right? course, what I've done is up my Envenom and then not use Envenom and not go get newer poisons. So there's that. That's what I need to do too. Need to shuffle these around because I tend to hit the buttons the other way.
The Salvator sell potion too, if I remember right.
Yes, I know. I do have potions. Like that. And not that, because there's a delay on it. There, that's going to work better for me. I have a tendency to go like that. And I want the second one to be my main attack with the other one as a backup, and I had it the other way around. And I can hit it the other way around, but I keep finding myself forgetting to do that, so obviously I shouldn't do that. What are we at now? We are at 21 in Venom. So let me heal up, and I will drop the bot there. Of course, I just got a buff from Heidi there. Thank you. Is Heidi out there in the audience? Just curious. Level 20, so we could be using greater lethal instead of major lethal. I don't know why you can buy this stuff from the vendor, but you can't sell it back. I mean, it's free, I know, but that's easier to do than, oh, because they don't want you to auto sell. Right. And those are all the lethals. And we only have the enervating and weakening. Level 22, and I was at 21, so I can't use that. Level 17. Okay, probably what I had already, right? Okay. Now we are buffed to the 9s. Let's try it without the poisons. It's not bad damage. But I'm taking good damage too, so there's that. I keep doing that the wrong way around, don't I? Very slow by comparison to being in a group. No way around it. Better with the poisons. Oh, I don't know if it's better with the poisons. I didn't use the new ones. Wish I could play commercially recorded music, because one of my favorite songs is Jethro Tull, Thick as a Brick, and that's the way I'm feeling. Yeah, look at how much faster that is. So for the time it takes to do this, which is considerable with lag, like there, still worth it. Yeah, 37 points per tick of the poison doesn't hurt. Well, maybe at some point we can organize albs here too.
You can add a weapon to your 2H slot in case you need to swap for another poison.
The ones that the bot sells there, I can't actually use as a third poison. So I suppose I can double up lethal or something. I don't know if you can really do that. But otherwise, I don't have a third option. And yes, I could add a... Then I'm switching back and forth. And it's not like mid where you get the benefit of being able to use the two-handed weapon automatically. Which would be nice.
If you get an ad, you can swap mid-fight.
Yes, that's true. So worth considering. Not so much here because these are all neutral, which I didn't realize at the start. And again, feeling sort of idiot-like. Oh, my music is off. Now you guys can tell me if that music seems too loud.
A little loud.
Okay. Good to know. I will drop the volume. There, how's that? Unfortunately, I don't hear it at the same rate you do. Not quite sure why.
Better.
Okay. I mean, admittedly, it is all sort of Viking-themed music, so, you know, it's more appropriate to playing in Midgard, really. I tried to pick some medieval-y stuff, too. And a little bit of Celtic. But most of it is pretty all Norse all the time. Sit for a moment. Here we go with North Sea stuff. Oh. Huh. The stats over here is showing lots of drop frames. So I presume the signal is kind of staticky, like jerky. But OBS itself is not showing that. So I don't know what to make of that. Does the stream still feel laggy?
Yes.
Okay. Let me sit for a second here and go check Task Manager and see if I can figure out what is eating up all the power. Well, OBS, but it's only eating 20% of my CPU. But lots of memory. I'm not out of RAM though.
The music and voice are clear. Just the game jumping.
Yeah. So I don't know what's up with anything there. Okay. Next thing to check is to go here and well, there's a thing. Wow. Okay. Tried to add a dropped frames meter to my
It's
Stream
not a
Deck.
stream, it's something on your end.
Yeah, that's what I think too, but I just can't figure out what it would be. I mean, I can watch the FPS dropping up and down, and the average time to render is just stupid. And that's going to be why it's dropping frames, because it's trying to render to keep up. But I don't know what the problem is. Close the program. Okay, that's better. No, it isn't. I am wrong. Tell you what I'm going to try. I'm going to stop here, sit, quit, and restart the game and see if that does anything. Because maybe that would be enough. Ooh. That's not good. Okay. Just a sec. We'll restart the game and restart my Stream Deck software too. And once the game is done and my main screen is clear, I can see my see my programs too and see if Windows is holding an update or something. Quit. Yes. Sorry about this. Okay, restart the Stream Deck software. With that. Where's my Stream Deck icon? Somewhere on here should be a Stream Deck icon. It's really obvious. There it is. Restart that. Fine. Minimize. Restart the game. Okay. See what that does, if anything. Rendering time on frames is greatly down, but then it doesn't have to do anything with the game. Okay, less than a millisecond a frame. Still. Whatever gets around to logging in. Popped up for a second there. Okay, repoison. Whack a pig. Nope, still got problems. I think it's OBS. I think I need to uninstall whatever it is I installed today. Stream Elements. Oh, that would help too. Excuse me. Oh, so. Too many potions. Go play pig. Well, there's your problem. I wasn't running the mending pot. And that would do it seriously. So I must not be running the right endurance one as well, right? Yes, there is. Hello, Monkey God Bob. Haven't seen you in a while. Yes, you can buy it from the general merchant and just stick it in your inventory. And then you can get pots from it and, you know, sell and everything else. Hello, Venice Beach. Haven't seen you in a while. Are you back streaming as well? Are you on CELESTIUS? If so, what do you think? Nope, the TTS bot isn't doing stuff. That's true. And I have no idea why. Oh, well, you should come try Celestius and see what you think of it. No, leveling a buffer is not useless. You can still have a bot for healing and stuff like that. The buffs that you get here, I think at higher level, I think it's probably still worth it, but it's not necessary. Like, I'm not finding it necessary here. Now, I did get some buffs from Heidi at one point there. The thing with this server is all the drops that you get are your template. So you're always templated. And that makes a huge difference. Oh, and Monkey God and Venice, did you hear that apparently Phoenix on their Discord said that they expect to be back up in 6 months? Have not read it yet. Found out about it on stream. But if that is the case, then the question is, are our old characters there, or is it going to be Phoenix 2 and we're all starting again? If it's true, like I said, I'm midstream. I didn't go log into their Discord. I think I'm on their Discord to check it out. I'll have to look. I was saying what I hoped they would do was wipe all the realm rank stuff so that everybody starts at a level playing. But if you had a character and you templated it and did all that stuff there, you don't have to start from scratch. But, I mean, if they change enough stuff with a new version of it, maybe that's totally irrelevant, right? Okay, that is much better. Oh, we have somebody else on my field. Happy news, everyone. We hope you had a great start in 2022. Discussing future plans regarding the server some days ago, we decided to extend the sabbatical with Phoenix for at least another 6 months. We further decided to come to a final decision if the Phoenix will wake up once more during those 6 months. We will let you know at the end of the sabbatical. Okay, so wait 6 months to find out what they're going to do. That's fine. They're not obliged to do it. Thank you very much, Monkey God Bob, for reposting that. That answers that question. And I suppose I could have gone and done that myself and found it and posted it in there. But I was in a group and I was leveling and I didn't want to take the time to do it. And I'm essentially on the lazy side a lot of the time. Come on, orange pigs. Where are you? Hello, Hasiril, another streamer. Not that only streamers get, you know, applause, but Hasiril is another streamer that I have watched from time to time. Are you streaming these days, Hasiril? And if so, are you on Celestius? And did you miss that post there? That that's hard to say. Monkey God Bob reposted from the Phoenix Discord. Apparently in 6 months, they are thinking of possibly restarting the server. We don't know what that means. I will endeavor to find out for what that's worth. Although, as I said earlier on in the stream, the big danger... Right. And Monkey God Bob. Right. More applause. Streamers everywhere. It's all streamers all the way down. I probably didn't know it all. The only danger I see is that if we have live for the people that play live, and we have CELESTIUS for the people that are here, and we have Atlas in however many months it takes Atlas to come up, and then we also have Phoenix rising again, that might split the population quite badly, and that could be a problem. I mean, I'm sure it would settle out. You wait for the New Frontier thing? Yeah, okay, well, we'll see if they do that. I actually think this is much better than I thought it was going to be. To be honest. Yeah, wait to see if they do that. Yeah, I know. And I think they're kind of sitting on the fence on whether or not they're going to do that. New Frontiers is better in a lot of ways for RVR. But people like Old Frontiers a lot. I don't have any characters high enough up to go in RVR, so I can't tell if I like Old Frontiers better or not. I think I'm going to like New Frontiers better. I just wish the New Frontier zones weren't so big. It only really works when you have a high population, I think. What might happen, pure speculation, is this server, I think, is going to be very friendly for the 8-man groups, right? All the guilds out there that like to play 8-mans. And it might be that they stay here. Well, the problem for me is that New Frontiers is just too damn big. They were very ambitious when they created it, and it's great if you've got lots of numbers, probably. I expect it is. But I wish it was the New Frontiers design on an Old Frontier-sized map. Not necessarily the OF map, but that size of map. I used to not like New Frontiers, I have to admit. But now I'm a little bit more used to it. Really, what Phoenix did with the realm tasks that rotated constantly, that was a good thing. That concentrated people there. You could find more people to fight. I can't speak as to other things that people had objections to on Phoenix for that, but I liked that. And the fact that it was diminishing returns meant that, you know, as you ranked up, it became less and less important. So that's fine too. It gave everybody at low realm rank a bit of a boost. Wordamon 30. Hello, I played DAOC so long ago. I remember everyone initially didn't like New Frontiers, but can't remember why. Yeah, I think some of that was simply that people don't like change, right? We're all like cats when it comes to games. Very little conservatives. We don't like stuff to change that much, and it takes a while to get used to it. And the crowd that played in Old Frontiers and represent didn't like New Frontiers because it was a change. The people that came along after that didn't know Old Frontiers, couldn't understand what all the fuss was about, I'm sure. Is it? Okay. Are they going to just try it and then revert if people don't like it? Because That might be a problem. Come on, orange pigs. There we are. I would say if they're switching to New Frontiers that quickly, I presume it wasn't that hard a thing to develop and get going, or it's going to be kind of not all there, or buggy or something. I suppose you could have a server that randomly switched back and forth from patch to patch. That'd be a little odd, but come on, orange pig. There we are. The lag is still here, though. My system is really laggy for some reason right now, and I'm not at all sure why, but I think it has something to do with stuff I installed in OBS. So I'm sorry for the variable frame rate and everything else. Hopefully it doesn't look too jerky. But it's running between 46 and 60 frames per second. And historically it's been pretty rock solid on 60, so I don't know what's up. It isn't the population on the server. I suppose the server could be having problems, but since my music and everything else seems to be pretty consistent, and apparently the audio is, I have to assume it's my box. I was saying earlier that I want to play all three realms to show them all off and you know, try the game from different perspectives and all that sort of stuff. I had always intended to do that. That's what I did on Phoenix. I had characters in all three realms. Sundays we were leveling Hibs. This is a Tuesday and I'm in Albion, although it's just me. So Thursday I was gonna play Midgard. Either a new character or my warrior, depending on what level people have for mids. And then I don't know if it'll be rigidly that way, but that way we'd play each of the three realms in turn. Reality is I'm probably not going to stick to that entirely. Okay, cool. If there are any problems, I will update in the Discord. Oh, I have a screen. It has way too many links on it, but I should show it off in case anybody's interested. So if you want to support me, you can follow me on Instagram, YouTube, and Twitter as that font guy. You can join the Discord at that link there. You can follow me on Patreon where I do my font stuff. It's patreon.com/nationalneographics. Obviously Twitch. And I actually have a tiny amount of merch. Very small. Only 2 things. I got to make more stuff. But I'm going to do that too. Okay. That's good to know. So they've sped it up even more. I think my warrior is like 35 or something. I'd have to check. But I know eventually I'm going to end up leveling up a Thane. I'm possibly going to try Warlock, because I never really gave that a shot. Valkyrie, you name it. I like the mid classes best of all of them, so there is that problem. So if anybody out there has not hit follow, please hit follow, and then I'll shut up about that. The HIB group was enormous fun, I have to say. A little bit exhausting by the end of it, but terrific. So unless something surprising happens, I expect the HIBs will be 50 before anybody else. Sit. I hit sit. Please sit. Thank you. What was I going to do? I was going to check the server numbers. Still 673 people. That's pretty good. That's fine. We have all the stuff there. Actually, we're good on all of them, aren't we? Until the next level of stuff comes out. Here's a thought. I could use a small shield. That's kind of funny. Okay, dude. Up. Come on, thank you. So 573 at this hour isn't that bad, actually. I mean, I have seen a fair number of people soloing, dragging a bot around, but I actually don't really think there's any need for it. It would possibly speed me up a little bit to have somebody to heal me when I get a little more damaged, but I'm not sure it's worth the lag on my system or having to alt-tab back and forth to another computer or reach over to get to another computer. My second computer is slow, small, and slightly out of the way. Suppose if I was very clever, I could work out a way to remotely control it. Just tie everything to function keys or something. I don't really use quick binds. I probably should be, but I'm not. Wonder if I equip a small shield, I'm giving up my second hand damage, which would be pointless. But can you still do dual wield commands when you don't actually have a second weapon? Interesting to find out. Where did I... Oh. That isn't up. Yep, they're all up. Okay. We'll wait. Almost to the next level regardless. 24. Thidranki rank. Oh, there is no Thidranki. Yeah, I can imagine that. it's never been great, but a summoning SM with a pet with all the buffs and a healer to heal it wasn't a bad combination at one point there in its history. Summoning has always been really useless. At least I've never found it all that useful. But I never really played with a bot all the time too. So on its own, it's not that good, even with the focus shield. I'm resisting rolling up a Spirit Master just to test that out. Oh, let's just do a red one. I'll do a red one, or he'll do me. Because I'm running low on endurance too. Okay, can we try 19 more seconds? That's it. See, I'd like to know why my text-to-speech thing stopped too. What happened there? It was working oddly, but okay. We'll re-enable it and see if that does it. Yeah, but what I restarted was the game. That shouldn't matter. And my Stream Deck. And that shouldn't matter. Shouldn't. Now, the text-to-speech is part of Twitch Speaker, which is part of StreamBot, or Streamer.bot, I can't remember what it's called, which is still early in its development. So there may be some stuff they need to nail down there too. The Twitch speaker is eventually supposed to be integrated into the bot, so I just run one program. Right now I run two. It's very complex too, very capable. It's basically replaced all my bots except the one that I wrote for displaying how many viewers I have as opposed to bots, which is not entirely accurate or anything. Did audio settings change when you restarted stuff? Shouldn't have. Shouldn't have changed the damn thing. But it is Windows. Windows audio starts at sucks and gets better if you add the right programs, particularly if you pay for the right programs, which, you know, I don't have any money to do. I use the VB audio cables to route my music. I do not use Voicemeeter Banana or anything like that because I found it kind of laggy. I wouldn't mind getting Reaper, although it's overkill, but it's also not just overkill, it's also $70 US, I think. And I don't have money to spare on software. And the next thing I want to upgrade is probably lighting, so I'm more likely to do that than buy more software. Although Reaper is very, very capable, it is also complex as hell if you're not into heavy audio stuff, and I am not into heavy audio stuff. It's probably overkill. It'd be different if I was running synthesizers and all that DAW stuff, and I'm not. Now, I did have audio problems last stream, and I tried to fix them, and mostly I think I have, but I'm not sure why. I could restart Twitch Speaker, since it's not doing anything at the moment. I'd have to go down over here. Find it. Somewhere. Which I'm failing to do. Wow. Now, part of the problem is, of course, I don't think it shows up in the menu. Is it on my bar? It is not. Not a good plan. And part of the problem is, of course, that I don't have the bottom bar on my screen, and you cannot minimize DAOC. So unless I can find something that lets me pop up my start bar or shortcut bar, I can't bring anything up. And I can't stick shortcuts on the other monitors. You don't have any audio either. Oh, great. Why is game audio off? Okay, screen's gonna go blank. Okay, this is just beyond stupid. I have caused some of this problem myself. Because I ran a utility to strip. No, I ran a utility to strip a lot of stuff out of Windows because I didn't want it. So I don't have access to some stuff. And that is, you know, that's my fault. So, you know, to the left of the start button on the bottom menu, there's a little box where you can type stuff in. I don't have that at all. Oh, maybe I can do it this way. Hang on a sec. Go there, go desktop, then I can see the shortcuts, and we can find Twitch speaker and restart the sucker. Are you getting game audio now?
No.
No? Okay.
I heard TTS.
Okay, then I know another thing I can do. Man, I hate Windows routing. Oh, I think I failed to train there too, so. Okay. Advanced audio, VB cable A. Okay, I'll go whack on a bore. Tell me if you hear that. And you heard TTS.
Test.
I didn't hear any TTS. Back into here. Check TTS, Twitch speaker, monitor off,
I hear the game.
monitor and
The
output.
echo is gone.
Okay, do you hear an echo still now? Because I just changed something on Twitch speaker. Okay, good. Because I can hear you now too. Which is good, that was the intention. It's kind of funny, I have my computer so wired up to work with streaming that if I just want to play the game, I have to run OBS. Oh, you don't have an image. There. I have to run OBS or I don't get any audio because everything has been wired to work with OBS completely. If I ever give up streaming, I'll probably have to reinstall my OS. Not that I can see that happening. It's way too addicting to stream to people.
I can't hear music. Game audio is a little loud.
Okay. Game audio should be on audio A, cable A. Drop that down. And the music is kind of quiet right now anyway, but I'll bring it back up. That is one thing that Voicemeeter would give me that I don't have quite. OBS has an audio mixer built into it, but it's really hard to balance everything when you can't quite see everything.
Sounds more balanced now.
Okay, good. What I will do is go and lock the volumes on all this stuff. All that stuff anyway. And then hopefully it won't screw around on me anymore. Too much. Okay. Now, one final test. I'm going to hit my nuke there just to test the high end of the volume. So be prepared. Okay.
If anything, TDS could come up just a touch. But 100% better than the start of the stream.
I don't know how to adjust the TTS volume here. I haven't figured out where it's supposed to be feeding through as opposed to where it is feeding through. Here, I could try this. It's on A, we'll put it on default. Okay, try saying something now. Tell me if that's too loud.
It's fine then.
Okay. Oh, unless that was a response to my not knowing how to adjust things. I've changed something there. I put it on the same channel as my voice. Might make it too loud.
Same volume.
Okay. Well, as long as it is audible enough. I mean, honestly, the main reason I have the text-to-speech there is because I'm terrible at looking at chat. I've gotten much better than I was. And I've had multiple different methods of resolving that. I used to have a little sound effect that would play in my ear and just go "Dang," every time it got irritating. I like the text-to-speech that StreamerBot has built into it. Okay, sit for a second and train, because I kind of forgot. Sure. Oh, we filled up with stuff again?
I enjoy the TDS since I'm working and can follow the conversation without reading.
Right. That's a good reason for it, too. We're good on all that stuff. What I haven't done is the quest for the end Mytherian. I don't even know what level that's at. It's probably pretty low. Lag, 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 lag. Boom. Up. Thank you. Look at the delay on that, too. Sell. Yeah, the mending pot and the end pot make all the difference there, too. My defense still isn't all that good, but it helps a lot. And this is no attempt at a good spec either. This is just me maxing out dual wield and weapon and throwing the excess points somewhere else. That's about it. then I think respecs are free here, period, right? So another thing that's good, there's no reason to have to make people wait on getting respecs, in my opinion. Lagged. It doesn't really help any. It's just frustrating if somebody specs wrong. Well, that's not very new player friendly, right? Wow, long odds on missing with both attacks, eh? Should be long odds anyway.
Isn't there an endurance heal kit as well?
Yeah, I've got Elixir of Invigoration running and Mending running.
Pot.
That one's about to drop. There. And Mending. 0 more seconds. There. So thank you for that. They were about to drop. $24. Now, I have unspent realm points, don't I? Realm skill points, I do.
There are the 20 buffs, and the 1 minute use ones as well.
Yeah, I think I have 20s here. But I will go look and see if there's better. Since I am a slight bit damaged there.
"20 minutes.
Yeah, the ones I'm using are sitting at 18 right now, 20 minutes long. Those are the immediate solutions. Yeah, elixir of shard skin. Is that what I have here? Yeah. Which I do have up. Do I? No, I don't. Doesn't matter because the buff here gives it to you. Magma shield. Or that is it. Yeah, I think I got it all covered. I'm just not using my poisons, which I should be, but it's really annoying to constantly have to re-poison. When I got a huge field of mobs I can fight easily here, then laziness kicks in. Slow progress, I admit. What I should be doing is running to each village and getting each of the quests that are there. I got a list of them. And doing those to make sure I get the maximum benefit from it. But then I'd have to go do things and figure it out. Again, I get kind of lazy.
Can you drag the poison to the bar and drop it on you weapon?
Oh yeah, but because I'm a lag festival here, if I go to do it, it's like that. Right? Kind of slow. But here it is with poison. Faster, but the delay is irritating. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure what the problem is, but the system is having a terrible time rendering frames. And I have no idea why. So I have to assume it's in OBS. And what I need to do is
thought you could do it from your
uninstall.
action bar without opening your inventory.
I don't think so. But maybe I can. Yeah, I'll drop it on 1. Oh, hey. Maybe I can. Yep, I can. Okay, that's a bit better. Then I'll have to put them on the controller and make it easy to apply them. I did not know this. Again, feeling kind of foolish. Alt-tab. Nope, not open there. Here. So that... Keyboard function 1. Save. That one. Keyboard function 2. Save. And minimize. I should now be able to go 1 and 2. Well, hey. I will presume the first one pressed goes to the primary weapon, unless it's poisoned. Oh, I've got to get out of combat. Yes. So now the lethal is on my secondary, which is not the way I would normally want it, but okay, a little pause in there. But other than that, not bad. Much quicker than trying to do it manually. So thank you for that.
Should make it a little easier.
Yep. Okay, so like a 5-second pause in between. Yeah, that's better. The poor unsuspecting pigs won't know what hit them. Now, at some point, I set up AH key and or use the macros in this controller so that it is swap weapon, then drop poison, swap weapon, then drop poison, and have a pair of weapons that I can run like that. I think I just tried to hit poison on the weapon instead of attack.
Evening/morning.
Hello, Fracora. You are really loud. How you doing? And yes, evening. I am over in perfidious Albion. Suddenly we have a bunch of people. Like it jumped considerably. Hello, folks.
Kinda low ATM, got my 3-shot vaccine yesterday. How are you?
I'm fine. I don't know why your voice is louder than everybody else's. Does it seem louder to everybody else?
Going to kick my butt in the frontiers later on then.
Well, we'll see. I don't know how well Infiltrator is going to work here. I think it's going to work like really well, but I don't know. I think being automatically templated is going to make a huge difference, right? Even though everybody else is automatically templated.
Not any louder here.
Okay. Well, for whatever reason, Fracora sounds like they're talking right in my ear here. Doesn't matter, but a lot louder. And that just does not make any sense at all.
Want me to moan some?
No, that would be a little distracting. Thank you for the offer. Come on, let me put... No.
Haha, damn it.
It's really funny. I had audio problems last stream. I have audio problems this stream, and I thought I'd fix them, and then everything fell down again. And one of the things I did was restart Twitch speaker, which is doing the text-to-speech, but Big Points is not loud. You are. And I don't think I have separate volume by user. I will look after this.
Kevin lately haven't worked on TDS. Or maybe they are set to another channel somehow.
It could be. I'm also getting major lag on my stream here, and I suspect it's my system. Let us look for users. Ricora. Nothing unusual there. Big points. Nothing unusual there. Settings. I'm going to adjust the volume down just slightly. And then...
Might be my vaccine?
Could be.
Yelling more now.
Okay, thank you. That didn't make any difference at all. You're just special. Now, the text-to-speech thing has a problem. I mean, several of them. It's still in development.
Haha, special guy. Smiley face.
There's supposed to be a male voice and a female voice so that, you know, you can pick back and forth. Female voice doesn't work. Never heard it work. No idea what it sounds like. Even if you select it as the only voice to use, it still uses the other one. So, I don't know what's up with that. Evidently, it has weird volume stuff. So, I have no idea why it's not consistent. Heal. Poisons. Pick a boar. Kill another hog.
Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained? Is this not why you are here?
For the sheer excitement of watching me kill hogs live on the internet.
Are there settings for chat or / aren't streamers themselves?
No. No, there are individual settings by streamer. Like if somebody doesn't want to have their voice on there, I can go in and I'm supposed to be able to turn it off. But that's about it. There are individual things for VIPs and stuff like that, but that doesn't change the volume settings individually. The volume is overall the same. I think it has more to do with the way I've routed the volume or something. But even that doesn't explain it because your one level big points for Cora is twice that volume. What sense does that make? They're both coming through Twitch speaker. It's really shouldn't make any difference at all. You should both be at the same volume. Now, it doesn't matter. I don't mind. You know, I can have a conversation with you while Fricora is shouting in my ear.
I'm just special, I guess.
That's it. Absolutely.
Maybe subs are louder.
Well, that's possible, I suppose. No, you're not, and you're subbed, because that's why I have so many subs. You doubled my subs the last session there, for which again, thank you. So subs aren't louder. No, it just purely does not make any sense. But like I said, the software is in development still. It's just, it blows away the bot that I originally wrote myself. Yeah, see, Shiloh, you're at the same volume as Big Points. Now, the only thing I can see as a difference is you were in stream before I restarted Twitch speaker, and Fracora joined the stream after. And maybe that's a factor. Although that doesn't make any sense to me. Really doesn't make any sense.
If only Kevin came on. Since he was the other one who wasn't working before.
Yep. Users. Actual Kevin. Oh, of course, I've got hide not present here. Actual Kevin. Actual Kevin has it turned on. No idea. Boom. No, I really got no idea. We'll see how it behaves next session.
He'll still blame the third shot of vaccine.
Okay. I should sound extra loud then, because I've had my third shot too. Wasn't that bad for me. I never had a big reaction to the first two. Third one, I was really tired. That's about it. For like 2.5 days. Oh, and buff is down. Okay, can we do the end buff? We can. And the mend buff.
Waiting
There we
for
go.
fourth. Got like 39C in temp last night. Freezing my butt off with 2 blankets on me.
Oh man, I'm sorry to hear that. I'm really sorry to hear that. That sucks.
At Shiloh 42, yes, Sweden have been starting to talk about the fourth.
We're not there yet. It'll probably end up being like the flu vaccine, only a couple of vaccines a year or something instead of just one. Oh, I didn't re-poison.
I haven't gotten my first.
Oh dear. It's up to you, of course. Not everybody believes in them, but I do.
Yeah, probably something like that. The new version, Omnicrom, ain't that bad at all, I guess.
It seems to be very contagious, but it doesn't make you as sick.
Nah, I just took my vaccine for my fishing trips.
Well, see, I'm well used to vaccines because when I joined the army, I got vaccinated then. I don't know if they're still good, but I got vaccinated at that point against everything. Everything they could possibly hit. They put it all in my left arm, and then they marched us all off so we could do push-ups for an hour. Gotta love basic training. Can we heal? We can.
Ouch.
Oh yeah, hilarious. Not so much at the time. Basic training in the military is all this big huge game of The instructor's trying to piss you off while teaching you that you need to work as a team and exhaust you to like beyond belief. And if you figure that out, it's just a matter of enduring it. Well, I'm sorry to hear that too, Big Points. Honestly, though, I would suggest you get it if you can. Just because it makes any further infections much less severe, apparently. There we go. That is much easier as a way to apply the poisons. Thank you very, very much for that. To be honest, I never even thought of testing that.
At Big Points 101, that sucks, I guess. Haven't had COVID as far as I know.
I don't think I have either.
My brother and my close friend have had it, but somehow I have managed so far.
Before the pandemic started, the
hit
boss...
LPL 50 on Chanter and already in a relic raid with Pilts LOL.
Awesome, old school. Cool. What do you think of Chanter at 50? Before the pandemic started,
_school_gamers.
my boss at the place I worked went to a big convention down in LA, and he came back with a really wicked cold. Really knocked him for a loop, and I got that. And that might have been COVID before anybody knew COVID was in North America. At that point, they were still talking about it just being in China. But I know things spread ahead of official recognition of things. And it was pretty rude, I have to say. So I might have had it, I might not have. Who knows?
I'm there also. At old_school_gamers.
Cool. Of course, technically you've just colluded with the enemy by telling me about a relic raid. Not quite. It was a little different back in the old days when you only had one realm.
COVID shot will be like the flu shot, it will be yearly.
Yeah, probably.
I'm the most beautiful furball there.
I have to take a break, a bio break, but also to do something else. I'll be back in just a second.
Awesome, my chanter is called MRK.
Okay, back in a second. See you then. Okay, back. I am going to stop soon though, because my wife just pointed out the time. So I can at least get 25 finished here and be halfway to 50. There we go. 25. Run off the field in some direction. I have to get a cloak soon. Just doesn't look right to not have a cloak. I think all my stuff is good. Yep. Okay. So we will bring up the beast. Clear the inventory. Flag. Sell. Train. Not enough points to do that. Let's leave that there and go to 18 there. Opening uppercut, no. I'll have to research a good spec. Okay, so played. Grouped for some of it. 5 hours, 23 minutes, not fast. To level 25. And I don't know, lots of fun. I had lots of fun. I will stop now. I'm sorry. I'm really happy you guys could drop by. Thank you very, very much. I hope to see you again. I will be back on Thursday, probably playing something in Midgard. More than likely my warrior, but who knows? Maybe I'll start something else. Who knows? And hopefully I'll see you then. What else is there to say? Not that much. That's about it. Thanks very much. I got to get up tomorrow morning, and unfortunately, that means I need to get some sleep. So you guys have a great day, and I will see you then.
Good night, TFG and chat.
Yeah, good night to everybody. Have a great one. It's awesome you're here. I have a gas doing this. Bye.
Good night, everyone.